Introductions by members. Member 4, I forgot your Langley East. I always confuse the Langley or Langley East. Langley East.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Yes, they sit us next to each other just to do that. I have the honour today of introducing and welcoming to the Legislature an intern right up there, Ty Huston from KPU. He is with my office for a little bit, and I have the privilege of hosting him here today. In February, he's off to my alma mater of Macquarie University to study international studies. I was wondering if the House could please make him feel very welcome. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
House Leader of Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that pursuant to Standing Order 35, the House do now adjourn for the purpose of discussing a matter of definite and urgent public importance, specifically the response of the Government of British Columbia to the emergency flooding and landslide situation that has unfolded across our province.
Continue.
Thank you. As the member who put forward the submission to hold this emergency discussion, I want to set the stage for why it's so important and the types of issues that require canvassing at this point in time. Over the past few days, we've observed a number of failures on the part of this government, which has tried to absolve itself once again by using terms like unprecedented to describe this event. The Premier, the Solicitor General, and other ministers have tried to convince British Columbians that the magnitude of this event could not have been predicted. However, there were indeed warnings. On Friday, CTV Vancouver quoted an Environment Canada weather statement which read, and I quote, "A series of moisture-laden systems associated with an atmospheric river from the Pacific will begin arriving Saturday evening and bring heavy rain to the south coast." End quote. Sounds like a pretty accurate and ominous prediction to me. Washington State clearly took the situation seriously. On Sunday, November 14th, only 2 kilometers from the Sumas Prairie, Whatcom County issued an emergency proclamation due to flooding as a result of National Weather Service forecasts. By 3:40 that day, a flood warning for the Nooksack River was issued by the National Weather Service Division in Seattle. By Monday, November 15th, you could hear the flood sirens from Sumas and Abbotsford, 2 kilometers away. At 11:31 that morning, the National Weather Service Division in Seattle highlighted record levels on the Nooksack River, and by 3:30 that day, the river had reached flood stage. Governor Jay Inslee then issued a severe weather emergency proclamation. Keeping an eye on what was happening in Washington State should have been critical to the BC government. They should have known the danger that could follow if the Nooksack River overflowed. And you know why, Mr. Speaker? Because they were warned about that as well. The City of Abbotsford issued a report a year ago outlining this very concern. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that's not the only report this government has chosen to ignore. We know there was a climate change risk assessment report that this government commissioned and received in 2019, and that report warned of this very thing was also ignored by this government. We know that the report was clear about the dangers and risks we face in British Columbia, but we don't have any indication this government has taken any action of that report. And speaking of the lack of action, Mr. Speaker, and given the multiple emergencies of this past year, one has to wonder why BC has never used the Alert Ready system. After all, when we look at other jurisdictions, since 2019, these alerts have been issued 80 times in Alberta, 101 times in Saskatchewan, and 202 times in Ontario. That's just in the last 2 years, Mr. Speaker. Here in BC, the system wasn't used after the forest fires of 2018, nor during this summer's wildfire season, where we saw fire destroy Monty Lake and nearly the entire village of Lytton, which also tragically claimed 2 lives. Nor during the deadly heat dome. That event tragically took 600 lives in British Columbia. 600 people who who are mainly frail and elderly residents. And now, in the midst of absolutely devastating flooding and slides and other damage, it hasn't been used yet again. So, Honourable Speaker, we are in a situation here in British Columbia where not only does this government pretend it has been warned about impending disasters, it doesn't even take action on prevention, on reducing the impacts of these events on communities. It hasn't taken action to employ the very warning systems that during an emergency can stave off additional complications and damages. British Columbians are losing faith in this government's ability to handle a crisis and to have their back when the worst happens. On so many fronts these days, this government seems to want to take a government knows best approach. However, when it comes to disasters, this government is nowhere to be found, preferring to leave residents and communities to fend for themselves. In short, this government hasn't been doing enough, and it must do more. It has to stop blaming others and start taking responsibility to help residents in the throes of a disaster. And it's my hope through this emergency debate we'll get to the bottom of why that is and how we can fix it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Abbotsford Mission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would first like to acknowledge that I'm speaking to you from the traditional territories of the Lekwungen people, the Songhees, and the Esquimalt First Nations. In a year and a half that has seen the people of this great province face so much, a pandemic, a heat dome, swarms of devastating wildfires, and more, we now see that Mother Nature was not quite done with us yet. And yet, in the midst of all the chaos and loss we've seen as a result of the catastrophic flooding in the Fraser Valley, I was moved by the speed and passion in which so many answered the call to yet again help. I consider myself lucky to stand with my colleagues here where I know I'm a stone's throw from ministers and their staff, all who will hear me out and understand what's happening right now in the Valley and the help that we need. But that's not who I want to talk about today. Today I want to talk about the people that we serve. I say we specifically because the courage and generosity we have seen on display luckily has no respect for our constituency boundaries. We see it from neighbour to neighbour. The people of Abbotsford and Mission once again proved their generosity and commitment to community and volunteerism. I spoke with the Abbotsford Mayor yesterday and he's stunned at the offers of help pouring in. The Abbotsford switchboards are getting jammed with 2,000 calls a day by people wanting to give of themselves for their fellow man. This morning at 7:30, the Mayor at the press conference has actually set up and announced that he had set up on the city website a place to donate. There's so many, there's just an outpouring of generosity. Yesterday I had a call from a large-scale veterinarian who was wanting to volunteer to help. I connected him with the right people. We see it in the Hope Pizza place, owned by Rupinder and Dewan Davasar, who went above and beyond to help, firing up the restaurant's one gas oven amid a power outage. They baked pies and with the aid of local volunteers delivered them for free in the rain to the occupants of cars stranded thanks to the mudslides. We see it in our farmers helping their fellow farmers as the Sumas Prairie region of Abbotsford was ordered to evacuate. Farmers and neighbors joined together using motorboats, canoes, dinghies, and jet skis to move dozens of trapped cows one by one to the safety of higher land. I shared one of the stories on Facebook, and the poster had talked about how emotional she was to see each trailer come carrying the single cow or calf that had been just through an incredible ordeal, just unbelievable and remarkable endeavors. We've seen it city to city, 300 volunteers, many from the Chilliwack-Abbotsford border, working all night to make a sandbag wall, protecting a pump house from taking on additional water. This crucial work brought just enough time so additional people could be rescued, 184 of them that night alone. So many volunteers showed up, crews were overwhelmed. In Surrey, dozens of volunteers came together at the Gurdwara Dukh Nivaran Sahib to prepare and cook over 3,000 meals Tuesday. These meals were flown out to Hope Wednesday by a helicopter that was rented thanks to countless generous donations. I want to add that we know many of these stories because people shared them on social media, and there they spread like mercury. For all the misinformation and self-promotion and out-and-out nonsense that these sites often host, this was a testament to their true power, a power that can still be used for good. Finally, I must acknowledge and thank our first responders, our volunteers, and our municipal and federal partners who have gone above and beyond in service to their communities. This is an absolute crisis, one whose true impact is still unknown, and one from which we will spend years recovering. I can't say enough about how well everyone worked together, a true spirit of cooperation. In fact, yesterday the Mayor of Abbotsford assured citizens he had indeed everything the community needed from the province. All these stories and examples serve as a reminder that when the chips are down, people at their core are still good. I don't know how you can be any manner of a public servant and not hold on to that belief, but it's still so gratifying to see it confirmed. I can't wait to get back to Mission tonight and meet in Abbotsford tomorrow with community leaders and stakeholders and continue getting them the help that they need. But more than that, I can't wait to speak with the people on the ground, to hear what they've been through and to do my part to help. No matter how bleak or catastrophic a situation may appear, it does not entirely own or rob us of our shared humanity. It cannot take away our freedom to respond and our power to take action. I'm proud to stand here with those who took action decisively and quickly in service to their province. There is no higher calling, no greater duty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It really is impossible to capture how devastating these floods are, and we will all be coming to grips with the loss and grief over the months and years to come. But let's be clear, this emergency is a climate emergency. In his book, A Good War, Seth Klein talks about what an actual emergency response to the climate emergency would be. There are 4 key markers, he argues. Spend what it takes to win, create new economic institutions to get the job done, shift from voluntary and incentive-based policies to mandatory measures, and tell the truth about the severity of the crisis and communicate a sense of urgency about the measures that are needed to combat it. I will argue that number 4, telling the truth, is absolutely essential for the other 3 to occur, and on this, we have failed. In this legislature, climate change is talked about as if a suite of policy tools will be all that's needed to mitigate and prepare for what's coming. In this legislature, 83 MLAs stood up over and over again in 2019 to support a legislation that provided a $6 billion incentive package to LNG Canada to increase our methane and greenhouse gas emissions. In this legislature, both the government and opposition parties permitted Site C, which will wipe out some of our best agricultural land in this province, and the capacity to provide food for up to 1 million people. This project also undermined what we should be doing, which is to create local, clean energy production in our communities so that we might have a level of local energy security in the face of these worsening and increasingly disruptive storms. In this legislature, the truth about climate change is being ignored when we ignore the impacts of clear-cut logging, the loss of biodiversity, and the extirpation of species, and the need to treat the land with the respect it needs if we want it to help us survive these very not natural disasters. These disasters have been literally fueled by our collective inability to act as though climate change is an emergency. And the truth is, our world is going to continue to change at an accelerating rate. And it's either going to be at a pace that we attempt to control because we rapidly transition our economy so that our neighborhoods, communities, and most importantly, our natural systems all require a fraction of the energy we use now, and that we are no longer knowingly wasteful and that we are able to endure these storms that will keep coming regardless, because we have put every decision, every policy, and every piece of legislation through the lens of the climate emergency. Or our world is going to change because the storms, droughts, fires, heat waves become more frequent and more powerful, which they will. Infrastructure will continue to fail, supply chains will continue to falter, and our resilience will continue to erode because we just aren't able to generate the political will for transformation that needs to happen. If we truly believe that we are in a climate emergency, then we don't need amendments to forestry legislation in here. We need an absolute transformation about how we think about forests and how we must manage them because we are in an emergency. Do we want more forestry jobs? Then no more clear cuts, only selective logging and Indigenous-led restoration in every part of this province of the ecosystems to restore biodiversity, carbon capture, water capture, habitat, and the web of life that should exist in all forests. That's decades of jobs that will make all of our communities more resilient and stronger. As humans, we have yet to truly rise to the truth and reality of climate change, but in emergencies, we rise to our very best selves. There will be endless stories of generosity, sacrifice, compassion, and kindness from this disaster. We are truly designed to operate in community, in connection with each other. And if we are to be truthful about climate change, then we need to orient our thinking and our behavior in all ways towards that collective, community-oriented, compassionate, and cooperative mindset. We must let go of the story that we are in competition with each other and embrace the truth that we need each other, that we need to see our communities as being only as strong as the people who are struggling the most. Climate action has to be about a reorientation of how we see ourselves in society, not as individuals in competition, but as people connected to each other in countless ways and connected to the natural world around us. It shows up in these emergencies, and so let's not let it go in between.
Member for Chilliwack-Kent.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I am always honoured to rise and speak about the amazing communities of Chilliwack and Kent. I'm privileged to be able to serve on the traditional unceded territories of the Stalo people, including the Chilkoyak, the Puyallup, and the Tate tribes. And I'm grateful to work for the communities there. Today, as I rise, it is under different circumstances, as we're all aware of the past days and the water and the landslides that have hit the Fraser Valley, as well as the difficulties around the province. When I left my home on Sunday to come serve here with my colleagues, there was no way for anyone to know that the storm and ensuing emergency would physically cut me off from my family, my kids, my home. Since Sunday, we have seen the devastation from the storm and flooding and landslides. We've seen people stuck, cut off, and scared, animals lost and trapped, livelihoods threatened and destroyed, fear and worry and anxiety, and although I hear the rain is falling in the Fraser Valley, and we are still in the midst of this, I'm hearing progress. Thanks to all the work that was so quickly done, there are now routes for my family and my community to travel into town, and the incredible amount of work that has been done on the No. 7 highway means that supplies and essential travel from Vancouver can reach our Chilliwack and Kent communities once again. We saw the Canadian Air Force helicopters and search and rescue those stranded on Highway 7 as well. We saw people from the Chilliwack area rush to the aid in the sandbagging and protection of Barrowtown pumps because they know how critical it is to our neighbours and to us. An entire road was built to help, and the sandbags, they wouldn't have been there if not for the path on Highway 7. My office has been reaching out to as many people and organizations as possible to check in, to see what people need, to make sure people are safe. It's important that we all check in with each other, because maybe the person you're connecting with needs something, maybe they don't, but they probably know someone who does. And that's the thing about Chilliwack and Kent. We support each other and we look out for each other. Mr. Speaker, the regular official channels are working hard. This government is working hard, and the amount and intensity of the work being done across ministries, across regions, across municipalities, it's staggering and it's inspiring. Great work is happening in official spaces, but it's also happening in between the official spaces. As leaders serving our communities in real time, we're texting each other to collaborate at all levels. mayors, chairs, councillors, members of parliament, and I'm grateful for my partners that help me serve my neighbours. There are no lines, no barriers to us working with our communities. It's relationships and a commitment to serve. I have had many opportunities to rise in this chamber and share about great things being done by good people in my community, and despite the ongoing situation and reality, I want to do the same today. We have some really incredible neighbours, and Honourable Speaker, I'd like to take some time to share with this House, as well as with the people back at home, just some of the stories I've been hearing about who we are in Chilliwack and Kent, and thank as many as I can in this short time. Thank you to Sewali First Nation for opening the road so that residents of Cultus Lake could get home and could get supplies. Thank you to Seabird Island for supporting the staging area necessary to work on a blocked highway. Thank you to the Chilliwack Chamber of Commerce, the Chilliwack Economic Partners Corporation, for all you're doing to organize volunteers, services, and resources for those who need it most. Thank you to Molson Coors Fraser Valley Brewery for the donation of 100 tons of grain to feed animals that are being hosted on various farms around the community. Thank you to the farming community for rallying around each other to house livestock, including at Heritage Park. Thank you to people from around Chilliwack and Kent who donated feed for the animals in those big barns. Thank you to the people of Agassiz and Harrison who stepped forward and still are helpfully bringing food, supplies, and offering shelter. More than 275 people, including 50 kids, received warm, dry clothes, mental health support, and shelter in the agricultural hall in Agassiz. Facebook, which is often a place where we get a lot of negativity, is doing some amazing things in my community. People are openly sharing where others can find necessities, encouraging each other to shop responsibly. People are opening their homes to strangers. People are offering to assist others who are at risk. They're finding volunteers. Thank you to Camp Squia in Hope as well for hosting our minor hockey players as they came off a gold medal win from Kelowna. And there's so many. There's not enough time. Honourable Speaker, I just want the people of Chilliwack Kent to know that although I can't be with them right now, I'll continue to work here with the ministers, with the ministry staff, and I'll continue making sure their voices are heard and that the work is done quickly and Chilliwack Kent is represented here. Thank you.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As extreme weather events once again take a serious toll on people and property, it is our responsibility as elected officials to stand up and get people the help they so desperately need right now. There are British Columbians everywhere stepping up to help friends, neighbours, and complete strangers in these trying times. From volunteers sandbagging the Barrowtown pump station, to generous supporters in Gurdwaras feeding stranded drivers, to emergency responders putting in long hours, and we thank them. And each and every one of you, along with the countless people evacuated or those facing floodwaters and serious damage, deserve the government to step up. The questions and concerns the opposition is raising should by no means undermine the courageous work and expertise on the ground by staff working around the clock, including right now. But after a summer of wildfires which saw an entire town destroyed just 141 days ago, a devastating heat dome that took the lives of nearly 600 British Columbians, people have lost trust in this government's ability to show leadership or properly communicate and warn people of impending disasters. Why has the government consistently failed to learn from past mistakes? Why has this become a pattern time and time again with the NDP? Why was the Alert Ready system once again not used in a time of crisis to warn British Columbians of impending dangers? As noted by our House Leader, since 2019, there have been hundreds of emergency alerts used. Yet in British Columbia, not once has the Alert Ready system been used. People should be able to rely on government to clearly communicate in times of crisis, but that is simply not happening here. When scientists warned government of the coming heat dome, why weren't vulnerable British Columbians warned with the Alert Ready system of the severity of the coming temperatures? When meteorologists warned government of the atmospheric river, and officials in Washington State and Alberta warned citizens of the coming flood and landslide risks, Why was the government missing in action? Content in their belief that Twitter was the best way for British Columbians to get information. Mr. Speaker, we all know it's simply not good enough. Nor was the minister's pledge to have the Alert Ready system ready for next spring. There has been broad governmental systemic failure, and the demand for reviews and inquiries into this government's constant failures is starting to pile up. British Columbians need to have full confidence that their government will communicate the risks as extreme weather events become more common in the coming years. The NDP waited until a regularly scheduled cabinet meeting on Wednesday to discuss whether declaring a provincial state of emergency was necessary. We can say that that's at least a slight improvement from the weeks of pressure from the opposition, the media, and a petition that was required to get the NDP government to declare a state of emergency to help combat wildfires. On behalf of everyone who is shocked, terrified by the events of this week, or the heat dome this summer, or the wildfires that raged until not that long ago, I am asking this government to step up, show some leadership, and commit to doing better, because British Columbians deserve better. I do want to recognize, Mr. Speaker, that we appreciate the fact that the government agreed to this important emergency debate. I certainly look forward to hearing from ministers that are engaged in this process. So we have 3 recommendations that we hope the government will similarly agree to. 1, we ask the government to initiate an all-party working group to review the provincial government's response to emergencies and discuss ways to improve government communications, disaster preparedness, and emergency response protocols. That is important because government would benefit from the expertise and lived experience of members from across the House who live across the province. While our previous offers to work across party lines on vital issues like the opioid crisis and reconciliation have been rejected, now, if ever, is the time for the NDP to finally show leadership to collaborate with all parties. British Columbians deserve that and so much more. Secondly, as of tomorrow, we ask the government to begin to hold regular public briefings to outline specific details relating to disaster coordination, emergency response, and recovery. This would allow the media and all British Columbians to access expert officials and receive up-to-date information. And why is that important, Mr. Speaker? Because we believe British Columbians deserve timely, accurate, detailed information. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we ask that the government immediately expedite the actions and procedures to ensure that the Alert Ready system is activated and ready for use. Next spring simply isn't good enough. Together, let's work to get British Columbians the help they need now and work to restore public confidence going forward.
Member for Vernon-Monashee.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Before I start my remarks, I would like to extend my thoughts to everyone affected by recent extreme weather events. People who are currently evacuated, farmers who have lost their livelihoods. I also want to share my support for all my colleagues in this House from all sides whose ridings are deeply affected. I appreciate them for their ongoing efforts and tireless work to support their constituents. Mr. Speaker, I have hundreds of relatives, friends, and immediate family members, including my sister, her family, and my in-laws who live in the Fraser Valley, and some are deeply affected by these floods. I have been constantly in touch with my family and friends for the last few days to check in and to hear their concerns. I was talking to my sister and some other family members and friends. They all told me that they're doing okay, staying calm, and have full appreciation and trust in all levels of governments and the emergency management team efforts. My sister told me 3 days ago that they showed her 3 children the efforts of support, cleanup, and mitigations that were being made by our governments, contractors, and volunteers. She said that the reason for them to do so was to teach her kids to be grateful and to count on their blessings for the systems we have in place. She said that gratitude, reassurance, calmness is so important when people, and especially children, are going through such crises. Mr. Speaker, every single person I've been talking to is so grateful and understanding. We even have friends whose farms are washed away, and yet they are still so grateful for the efforts that have been put in place. And they also felt so relieved to hear about our government's recent relief funding announcement. People who were stranded in Hope, who came back, also shared with me and with my other colleagues that they're so grateful for the supports they had received, including the essential supplies and food that was being delivered to them by helicopters. However, they have expressed their thoughts and said that they do not want anyone to politicize this devastation to cause fear-mongering, as these tactics never help people who suffer, and it only adds to anxiety and panic buying. And it is their words. Mr. Speaker, I have also been in touch with my staff at my office, my constituents, and reached out to our local leaders to check in about the effects in the interior and the supply chain issue. I was notified that supply chain is being restored through Alberta and other routes that are being opened. I was also so amazed to hear from our local community members and leaders yesterday that they are doing good, they are appreciative, and they want us to continue focus in the areas that are deeply affected. Mr. Speaker, we all know that years 2020 and 2021 brought us so many challenges. It's been a very tough time for everyone, but people of British Columbia have proven repeatedly how resilient, strong, caring, and dedicated they are. Many Sikh temples from around the province are cooking and bringing meals for people. People lend their boats and equipments to help rescue citizens and livestock. Search and rescue teams have been working around the clock in challenging conditions. ENBC staff have been working tirelessly, and they too have few tough months. First it was fires, and now this situation. We often get too caught up in finding faults and trying to criticize and forget to thank people working at all fronts. Therefore, I would like to thank our ENBC team members and everyone involved from all government levels, Canadian Armed Forces, equipment operators, and volunteers. I've seen my colleagues, MLAs from the affected areas working around the clock, and some worked all night, yes, all night, to support people, and they still show up the next day to continue their work. I want to say to all of you that your work it's not being unnoticed, and we are here to support you in any way we can. I would like to conclude my remarks by saying thank you, everyone, for coming together, for supporting one another, and for showing your support and resiliency. We will get through this again. As they say, what doesn't break you will make you stronger, and my life have taught me this lesson, and it was proven. Take care, and thank you.
Member for West Vancouver, Sea to Sky.
Mr. Speaker, over the last few days, our province has seen incredible devastation. We've experienced an historic rainfall event that's caused widespread flooding, mudslides, and debris flows in many parts of the province, while washing away infrastructure that is so critical to connecting our communities. During these terrible events, we've seen communities inundated, people requiring evacuation, devastating impacts to agriculture, and worst of all, a loss of human life on the Duffy Lake Road just north of my home in Pemberton. My heart goes out to the family and friends of that individual. Before I begin discussing what we think needs to happen going forward, I do need to commend and acknowledge the actions of our first responders, local officials, and everyone who gave their best to those in need. British Columbians are resilient and will come out of this stronger and more united than ever, but only if we better plan for the future and work harder to anticipate these events. The need to repair critical infrastructure will require a detailed plan and rapid execution. It will require strong and decisive action from government, and steps it takes to repair infrastructure and rebuild communities and support those in need will be closely watched, not just in British Columbia, but throughout our country. All major routes connecting the Lower Mainland to the rest of the province have been affected, and we've seen sections of the Coquihalla Highway and the Highway 1 simply vanish, along with significant damage to major rail infrastructure. This is, for good reason, deeply concerning to British Columbians. Shelves in food stores across the province are being emptied, and to ensure supplies reach communities in need, this government will need to ensure our transportation corridors are operational as soon as possible. In the past, this government's lack of leadership has been as glaring as this government has been unapologetic. The lack of forewarning and action during the heat dome the Lytton fire highlighted a broad and systemic government failure. Far too many lives were tragically lost. Hundreds are still waiting for appropriate supports, months later. So far, this government's anticipation and response to this week's events have been all too familiar. As we look to the future and the long road to recovery, all available resources must be deployed to ensure this process is not unduly delayed. Government must act swiftly and reach out to all contractors that are in a position to mobilize, not just pick and choose from those with preferential status. Troublingly, we understand that many road builders have yet to be contacted to understand equipment inventory and mobilization potential. And Mr. Speaker, I really hope for the sake of British Columbians that this time around delay is minimized and government takes swift action needed to rebuild critical infrastructure citizens, communities, and businesses rely on. Fires and the heat dome demonstrate there is good reason for distrust in the minds of British Columbians. Repairs of this damaged infrastructure will likely take months, and knowing that, this government has a responsibility to all British Columbians to be prepared and have a detailed plan on how that recovery will look going forward. According to data from the University of Calgary Professor of Economics Trevor Toome, it's estimated that between $300 and $350 million is traded between British Columbia and the rest of Canada per day by rail or road. That's roughly $2 to $2.5 billion a week, Mr. Speaker, so I cannot stress enough how critical it is that the road and rail corridors be reestablished with all dispatch. Going forward, I hope that this government will learn from its mistakes and better plan for the recovery. It must work harder to anticipate these type of events, as our neighbours have. Warn communities in advance, work to mitigate impacts, limit the damage to infrastructure where possible, and ensure that we are better prepared for events of this magnitude when, not if, they take place again in the future. Most of all, Mr. Speaker, this government must work to prove to British Columbians that they have their backs, that they have a plan, that they'll work on behalf of British Columbians, and British Columbians will feel taken care of during the response, during the recovery, and into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Langley East.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And really honoured to have the opportunity to stand here today and to talk about the challenges faced, but also the important good news stories that have taken place within my community of Langley East. And to thank the government for such a coordinated response. So recalling the night that the floods had really started to impact the Fraser Valley. My community has quite a bit of farming within it. I was really, as a new MLA, and I know there was mention of being engaged in the process, I think that MLAs are probably some of the most engaged people in the process. We're the ones that know our communities and reach out. What I was really struck by was the support from the ministries, and how when I called my community to identify where there were challenges still being faced, the support was there within the ministries to come together. I had the opportunity to spend the evening on the phone with Mayor Jack Froese, MP John Aldag. I had the opportunity to speak with farmers like David Davis from Davidstead Farms. His family has farmed the historic Hudson's Bay Farm for over 100 years. And he helped to identify all the other farms that would be good to check in with. And I was able to relay that back as an MLA to the government, to be able to go back to ministers and say, you know, these are the challenges in our community. So David Davis, his father, Hugh, remembers actually when Sumas was a lake, having been there for so long. And he remembers, you know, the 1948 floods and all the challenges that have happened. And one thing that it kept coming back to me was how coordinated the communities were in getting ditches ready, getting you know, streets cleaned and trees cut back to ensure that passages were still safe. They talked about how they knew that there would be the support from the government because people like our Minister of Agriculture were there to ensure that farmers sort of knew what they needed to draw on. So as we speak right now, for instance, ministers are speaking to affected mayors. These are important things. It's really easy to sort of sit back and say, okay, well, I think this isn't working. But I think it's really important to listen to people who are on the ground that know how it's working. One of the things, too, that I was really struck by was that right now there are over 20 emergency support services reception centers open. It's an incredible, amazing coordinated effort in such a short period of time. This didn't just happen by magic. This happened by a government that's been committed to building capacity, building a plan. So you have this coordinated effort by provincial and local governments, and BC Housing, for example, is directly involved with getting people sheltered, Chilliwack, Hope, Abbotsford, Coquitlam, Kelowna, Kamloops, and Princeton, and getting people out of Merritt. They're working tirelessly to ensure that those emergency beds are available to people. So these are more examples of the government coming together, and I know in my community when I called back and spoke to people who work in the social services areas, they were clear. They have a coordinated effort. They feel that they're able to manage these the needs of people in these difficult times. But one thing that I did want to take a moment, because I see I have about a minute left, is to just highlight some of the really good news stories in my community. The Langley Farmers Institute set up immediately a page to try to identify. It's easy to identify people that have an association, but it's harder to identify those smaller farmers. So the Farmers Institute, which I previously was president of, came together immediately, set up a page where you could come if you had something and also post if you needed something. So we had farmers like Tanya Shields-Mead who came in and said she can take horses, cattle, sheep, and goats. We had Marie Elizabeth Brandbit who talked about having room for other livestock. Thunderbird Equestrian Centre, which took in horses. We had people come forward with offers of grain. But the most important thing was that as MLA, working with the ministry, I was able to identify where those smaller groups were that maybe weren't on the radar. And that's the role of a government that works together, is to fill in the gaps, make sure we have the resources there. And I can say that as the MLA for Langley East, I was proud to be able to work with such a understanding, such a committed and empathetic government through this. Nobody wants to see a disaster like this happen, but what I can say is that our community sure has felt supported. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Abbotsford West. Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Well, look, I'm glad we're having this debate, that we're taking this hour to assess the situation. I don't actually know how many people are watching. The people most directly impacted are a little busy right now. But if they are watching, and when they watch, I expect that, as happy as they'll be to have heard the expressions of pride about people coming together and the stories of heroism, which are, as always in these circumstances, remarkable and worthy of recognition. They're really looking for two things today. They're looking for information and they're looking for answers.
because we're not through this yet. The water is rising again on Sumas Prairie. And so when this Parliament adjourns its business and says, let's devote ourselves to considering this for only an hour, and we're now down to 10 minutes left, and we haven't heard from a member of the Executive Council. Not one. Who are charged statutorily with providing the direction and who are the best placed to provide some of the answers and the information that people require. Because whether folks want to accept this or not, there is, in at least one part of this province, the part I and the member for Abbotsford South and Mission Abbotsford, Abbotsford Mission call home, an abiding feeling that someone dropped the ball. Because they didn't get the information or the notice that would have allowed them to take the steps necessary, not to entirely prevent, but to alleviate the extent of the tragedy. Their neighbors on the other side of an international border had an extra 48 hours. And these families, these farmers who care so deeply about their animals, their cows, their chickens, their pigs, that 48 hours wouldn't have prevented entirely the mortality of their herds and their flocks, but boy, it would have made a difference, and they didn't get it. And they're going to want to know why. People are already talking about those that have been around, and one of the other members talked about 1948. In 1948, the dike on the Fraser River burst. But in those circumstances, in the absence of technology, herds were relocated. The notice was given and herds were relocated to the Abbotsford Airport and saved. And that didn't happen. And although people are preoccupied today with cleaning up the mess and dealing with potentially further trauma, based on what we're hearing now, they will want answers. And they would like the government and members of the Executive Council to tell them today what steps are being taken to requisition the food and the water that they need to care for their livestock and their flocks. And they haven't heard that. They haven't heard a thing. And thank you, we're proud doesn't help when you got to feed your animals. This is the opportunity to demonstrate and provide that information to the people who have been devastated by this event. I'd never heard the term atmospheric river. It sure doesn't sound good. And we now know it wasn't good. So I am desperately hopeful that A, we will hear from a member of the government, the cabinet, and that they will actually provide some information that is useful and some answers for why the ball was dropped.
Thank you, member.
Thank you.
Minister of Agriculture, members, keep an eye on the clock. Our debate hour will expire at 2:05. Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to join this debate. Unfortunately, I wasn't here for the entire thing because we were on emergency call with mayors of the Southern Province, one of two calls with mayors that we're having today, the second for more northern mayors later this afternoon. I had to leave the meeting early, but I let them know that this was an important debate, and then they could contact me to continue to get the information I was giving to them on that call. This has been an extremely difficult few days, a disaster that is continuing to unfold for the farming community in the Fraser Valley. We also see areas in other parts of British Columbia also suffering due to the incredible amount of water that has come on to us over the last few days. We were just talking to a mayor up in the Cowichan Valley who's letting us know that farmers are suffering up there. We had some incredible offers of support from other mayors, like the community of Bulkley-Nechako, just wondering when would be the time to send supplies. And so I can tell you from the Ministry of Agriculture, we are continuing to assess what is needed by working with all commodity associations, individually with farmers. There is not one moment in our day that we're not connected to the communities that are affected and to the farmers that are still undergoing such a crisis. We know the water levels are rising again, and it's an extremely stressful time. We have seen that some areas, as the water receded over the past day, their access into barns is becoming available. We know that we need to get food and water to barns. Some trucks were able to get through to some difficult routes to some poultry barns. And over the day, well, since yesterday, we've been managing a plan to airlift feed and water to dairy barns. Some of the city's water lines have come back on, and tests are being done to see if the dairy barns are able to get that water, and if not, then we do have a plan in place to airlift containers and then to continue using helicopters to charge those containers as needed. But we know the next step is getting feed to those particular barns, and we have secured feed. We know many areas that are willing to send us feed right now, including feed that was secured at the Port of Vancouver that was on its way to China. It looks like we may be able to reverse that and get it back into the Fraser Valley. But the outpouring of support across the nation is incredible. Everybody's pulling together. And my request, I have a request in this chamber. And I know that it's easy to be partisan here. But what we need is information. We don't want people to slip through the cracks. We have direct lines to the ministry that are available. We have my own social media. I've asked people to directly message me so we can get back to them, and we're doing that immediately. We also have an emergency management number, 1-800-663-3456, for folks that are looking to either donate or that need help. And so we are gathering information. I asked my colleagues across the way to please continue to give us information. That's the best way we can move forward with the plan. When I've called many farmers over the last few days, I asked them, what do you need? And we know it's water, we know it's feed, we know it's access, but really they don't know what they need for the future because this situation is still unfolding. And so as we assess the damage, as the emergency begins to subside, we will be with farmers to help them rebuild. The province, the federal government, ministers across Canada, everyone has pledged that we will help these farmers get back up on their feet, and our job won't be done until they do. And so I stand here, it's an emotional day, but I also feel that our farming communities are resilient. They will be able to rebuild, but it won't be without help from every single one of us in this chamber. Thank you.
Member for Fraser-Nicola. Member for Fraser-Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunities to speak in this debate today, to outline some of the experiences of my constituents, and to highlight the immediate supports they need so desperately from government. My riding is like ground zero, an incredible heat wave setting the highest temperature across North America, culminating in a fire that burned the community of Lytton to the ground. Wildfires in every corner of the riding this last summer, and now floods that have the entire community of Merritt evacuated and every major highway leading into the interior closed with an uncertain number of possible loss of lives. People scattered and stranded between highway washouts, communities hosting hundreds as supplies become limited. I find that I, unfortunately, have the experience needed to speak to this motion today. 141 days ago, the lives of the people of Lytton were changed forever when a wildfire ripped through their community. People escaped with only the clothes on their back. 2 residents perished in the fire. As devastating as fire is, you can put it out. And what we're finding is that that was the easy part. It is the recovery, the support, the rebuild that has been the biggest challenge to date. The lack of government support and leadership, waiting for action, the need for support for local leaders, the displaced people who have moved numerous times, including those who were in Merritt during the flood and have had to move again, the desperate requests for planning and for information sharing and transparency. 141 days, a community gutted by fire, and now those who were in Merritt are evacuated once again. You wonder how much people can take. Now my heart breaks for the people of Merritt and for the thousands of British Columbians currently displaced by catastrophic floods this past weekend. My greatest concerns as the water recedes is that this government's response to this event will follow the same pattern that people in my riding have seen in the last 6 months. All the right things are said in the moment, but little action as time goes on. I hope I'm wrong. Please prove me wrong. But my experience makes me question the ability and commitment to deliver. For weeks and months, my constituents have sat in motels, slept on couches, waiting for a plan and a timeline from this government on when they'll see the supports promised to them. They want to know what steps are being taken to restore their communities and allow them to return home, and within what sort of timelines they can expect to see these promises carried out. And now, not only do these questions persist in the minds of the people of Lytton, they persist in the minds of thousands of other British Columbians who have lost their jobs, their homes, their farms, and their communities to this second major disaster in 6 months. There must be fundamental changes to how we respond to emergencies, how we communicate to those impacted, and how we support people in their greatest need. This is not something that can happen through drawn-out government deliberations behind closed doors. We cannot tell people to hold tight or wait and see. The government must learn from the mistakes of the past and improve our provincial response and recovery and deliver the supports and actions that British Columbians deserve. I again ask the government to give serious consideration to the 3 points made by the opposition leader: an all-party working committee, public briefings in a timely way to everyone in British Columbia who is interested in knowing what is happening, and again, expediting the Alert Ready system. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today.
Member for Saanich North and Islands. Member for Saanich North and Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity, with what little time we have left, to just make a couple of comments. I've been listening to this debate with interest, Mr. Speaker, and I heard a member here say that what doesn't break you makes you stronger. And I would have to say that from what I've heard from my constituents and people across British Columbia is that that's just simply not the case. Many people are feeling very broken right now in communities in the north, south, east, and west. We're not feeling stronger after what we've gone through in COVID-19. We're not feeling stronger with what we've gone through with respect to the heat dome and the fires and now the floods. We need some reassurance that, as the members have been talking about, that the emergency response is learning from one disaster, unnatural disaster, to the next. They need to know and be confident that the government understands the decisions that we make in these chambers have very real implications on the life and well-being of the citizens, the flora and the fauna in this province. They want to know that if we are going to be making decisions to invest in fossil fuel extraction, that we have a plan to deal with the impending climate impacts of those decisions. They want to know that if we are going to continue clear-cutting the mountainsides of this beautiful province, that we have a contingency plan for the landslides that are inevitably going to follow. Everything that I've seen is that people don't feel stronger from the process that this government is rolling out. It's like government after government after government has been rolling the dice, Mr. Speaker, hoping that it will be the next government that confronts the particular challenge that this government today is facing. We need to stop rolling the dice. We need to start putting in place the real mechanisms that are going to help British Columbians be resilient through the climate crisis, the climate emergency that we're going to face. That includes making sure that British Columbians know the information that they need to know it, when they need to know it, and they need to know where they need to go and when they need to go there, and they need to be able to be prepared well in advance of an evacuation, not just mere seconds before they need to evacuate. The challenge that is in front of this jurisdiction in this House, this democratically elected chamber, and every chamber across this country, and indeed the House of Commons, is not a small challenge. It is a massive challenge, but it will not be embraced, and we will not achieve it if we are not honest about the situation that we are in. And that, Mr. Speaker, is where I'm asking this government starts, is with an honesty about the climate crisis that we are confronted. Hajka Siem, thank you.
Members, as per the Standing Order 35, although it only grants 1 hour of debate,
Honourable Speaker, I noticed when the member sat down there was still, I think, 1 minute and 34 seconds on the clock on the time, and I would take that minute and 34 seconds on the clock.
We can ask the House, is leave granted? Aye. Proceed.
Someone said nay? Okay.
Yeah, please proceed. Okay. Just be short.
I will be very short. I want to thank, Honourable Speaker, the comments made by both sides of the House in this important debate on the catastrophic weather events that we have had over the last number of days. I have heard carefully comments that opposition members have made. I can inform, because I do know there was some question as to where were Executive Council members, and I can tell you that I was on the phone with mayors who have been showing leadership in their communities in dealing with these events, the kind of leadership that all of us need to show in this House. There were questions to me around supply chains in the north and the central and on the island, and they were relieved to know that those supply chains were open, and they wanted to know what they could do, which is to amplify the message that the private sector, that government is doing, which is those supply chains are in place, and that people do not need to hoard, and that the people are working as hard as they can to get supplies to them. But more importantly, whenever there is an event like this, we must learn from those lessons. We know that climate change is real. We understand that there are more and more events like this. That's why government has been proactive in taking significant work underway. The member has raised three important points. Well, she well knows that we have said that we are bringing in an alert-ready system. But most importantly, Honourable Speaker, the fundamental way in which we deal with emergencies in this province does change, does have to change. That's why we're doing the significant rewrite of the Emergency Protection or Emergency Program Act, so that we are able to deal with these significantly better in the House, and that takes all of us, and that's what every one of us in this chamber needs to do. Thank you.
That ends the debate. Madam Clerk. Oh, Campbell South Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happily, there was unanimous consent to extend the debate beyond the hour that's usually provided for with the standing order.
No.
And so I would seek the same consideration to participate in this debate as well.
Members, Standing Order 35 is very clear. Extension of time is not going to be allowed. So we regret to advise the member that ends the debate now. Madam Clerk. Member.
Thank you. I'm seeking leave to participate in this debate.
Okay. Member is seeking leave. Is the leave granted? Aye. Sorry, members. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. In this chamber, we call Committee of the Whole on Bill 23, Bill for Statutes Amendment Act, and in the Douglas Fur Room, Committee on Bill 22, FIPA Act continues.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, members. We're going to take a short recess as we prepare for the committee stage of Bill 23. The House is in recess for 5 minutes. All right, members. Okay, let's draw this committee into session again, now that everybody is here and all well met. Okay, we are on Clause 33, which won't be a surprise to anyone. Member.
Yes.
Chaco Lakes, of course. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe before lunch and the emergency debate, we were talking about private land and that portion of the landscape planning. I'm just wondering, in terms of landscape plan established by order takes effect. I noticed here under 2.21 subsection 4, it says a forest landscape plan does not apply in relation to a woodlot license. And so I'm just wondering what that means. Does that mean a woodlot license, woodlot licenses will be excluded from forest landscape plans? Is that what that is suggesting?
Minister.
Yes.
Member.
I'm very tempted to ask why. It's a one-word question. Good answer, good. But no, and that's good to know in terms of woodlot licenses being excluded. It is a little curious, of course, because there could be obviously restrictions, and we'll get to talking about some of the components that will be potentially in a landscape plan. But obviously, having holes in the middle of a landscape plan that could be whether it's part of fire mitigation or other types of activities. And so I will ask the Minister why, but from a perspective of as these plans develop, and obviously could impact the areas around a woodlot license, why woodlot licenses wouldn't be considered as part of the planning process.
Minister.
Thank you. Well, woodlot owners have their own planning processes. I think the member probably knows, having his own woodlot. So they have their own process, so there's no need to include them in the FNL, the landscape planning process. So, and most are quite small.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And I have to ask another question, though, around that, because woodlot licenses aren't the only license that has plans. Community forests have plans. First Station woodland tenures have plans. Tree farm licenses have plans, but those, if I'm correct, are included in landscape planning. So I'm just wondering why the difference in how a woodlot is managed versus other area-based tenures.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So woodlot licenses, First Nations woodlot licenses, community forest agreements under 800 hectares on the coast and 1,200 hectares in the interior operate under woodlot license plans due to their small size, and that's why they're not included in this legislation.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. That's good to know in terms of that. So from my own personal perspective, but also I'm sure for woodlot license owners around the province, obviously when there is a shift in plans and a shift in process, that can create a tremendous amount of angst and additional work. So thank you for that clarification. I'm just going to make sure that this question isn't going to be asked in a different spot, although I think it will be. And I think when we get to a little bit later, I'll be curious just in terms of the overlap between existing plans and the forest landscape plan. Just in terms of the transition, obviously, if this is going to be a 10-year period, there's going to be lots of time where people will want to be renewing whether it's forest stewardship plans or other types of plans on their various licenses. And so there will be obviously an overlap, and you might end up with a period where a license is being worked on, a forest landscape plan is being worked on, but at the same time, a stewardship plan might have to be submitted, 6 months before a landscape plan may come into place, in which case the work would be wouldn't be required because you'd have this new plan over top. So I guess, and if this needs to be asked, this question needs to be asked at a different spot, let me know. But because we were just talking about the other area-based tenures, it made me ask maybe one other question about how the licenses will be notified of pending landscape plans, how you'll deal with that transition, so that you don't end up forcing or causing this tremendous amount of work to be done once and then have to be updated into a new operations plan. And like I say, if that comes later, I can re-ask the question later, but if you want to deal with it now, that's fine.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So, yeah, yes, the member is right. This is further along in section clause 33. It's under 2.48, and it's getting into the forest operations plan, so we can have those discussions when we get to that.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And I suspect, especially with my colleague from Saanich North in the Islands and also my colleague from Caribou, Chilcotin, that we may be jumping around a little bit in section 33, but I will do my best to try to walk through as opposed to jumping back and forth as we go with those questions. So I appreciate the minister's letting me know about where we should be asking that question. So as we go through, okay, so the other area-based tenures are part of that, and I'm still, and I asked this question back under the definitions when we started talking about, you know, an area, the landscape area. I asked about, you know, the size and structure of landscape plans, but I want to ask that question again just before we go into the preparation of the forest landscape plans and the components that go into it. Just from a perspective, before I start asking questions about that, just to be clear in my mind, so a landscape plan, for tree farm licenses, there'll be a separate landscape plan, is that correct? Or will landscape plans go across multiple tenures, potentially, depending on, I guess, depending on some sort of process that perhaps the minister could outline? And whether those landscape plans, the area of those landscape plans is something that is a negotiation factor with First Nations, or if that's something that's brought to First Nations and asked for, you know, agreement on.
Minister.
Thank you. The intent is to have the forest landscape plan to align with the tree farm license area or the timber supply area, and the issues the member raised around working with Indigenous nations is further on in Clause 33.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thanks for that clarity from the Minister. It's good to know because that'll help to bring some continuity, I guess, in terms of management, particularly on things like tree farm licenses. So as we go into the next requirements, which is the preparation of the forest landscape plan, there are objectives that are laid out in that plan. And the role of the Chief Forester, historically, if I'm correct, has been when they do a timber supply review, there is a number of objectives that are provided from the Minister's office to the independent office of the Chief Forester, outlining the priorities in terms of the Minister making a determination for a cut. And what I'm wondering is, are those the same priorities? Will those go through now to making the decisions on a landscape or a forest landscape plan, or will there be variations between those priorities that may go into the development of a timber supply review versus the development of a forest landscape plan?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So just so the member recognizes the timber supply review is under the Forest Act, not under the FERPA. And when preparing the forest landscape plan, there's the 5 objectives that people must consider. It's on number 2.22. I can list them for the member: supporting the production and supply of timber in the forest landscape area, supporting the protection and conservation of the environment, managing the values placed on forest ecosystems by Indigenous peoples, managing the values placed on forest ecosystems by local communities, and preventing, mitigating, and adapting to impacts caused by significant disturbances to forest and forest health, including wildfire, insects, disease, and drought.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The purpose for asking the previous question is because you may end up with a conflict in terms of priorities that may be lined out under doing a timber supply review versus a forest landscape plan in terms of the priority and the weighting of those priorities. In some cases, for example, there may be a heavier emphasis on supporting production and supply of timber within an area because of a pest infestation or for other values or other components that the minister may direct the chief forester on. And so that's why I'm curious, because as those TSRs come up, those timber supply reviews, be careful not to use acronyms, I suppose, as those timber supply reviews come up, they may come up, you know, aligned with development of a forest landscape plan, or they may come up separate at different times, and you may end up with changing priorities between how a plan is developed and the underlying information that makes the assumptions around a TSR. And so that's why I'm wondering, timber supply review, sorry, so that's why I'm wondering how those two are aligned, and I know one is in a different act to this act, but the two both provide the same type of direction, such as supporting production of and supply of timber in the forest landscape area. That is directly from the timber supply review, or very similar to the timber supply review direction as it is to a landscape plan, which is why I'm wondering how those two are coordinated and whether or not there's consideration of alignment or how potential conflict may be resolved between the two directives.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the forest landscape planning framework and timber supply review are related and iterative forest management processes. The timber supply review process provides an annual allowable cut for a given landscape area, and the forest landscape plan provides direction associated with where, when, and how harvesting in the same area could occur. The outcomes of the forest landscape plan help to inform future timber supply review processes and will directly inform future annual allowable cut determinations.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So where I see some potential conflict or I guess maybe it's just confusion on my part, is where you have an objective of supporting the production and supply of timber in a forested landscape area, or in a forested landscape area, but where you have that direction that comes in the timber supply review in an area, and then further down in the landscape area, is supporting the protection and conservation of the environment, you may end up in a situation where you have a timber supply review that does not take into consideration the direction or potential restrictions that could come under a landscape plan. And so under a landscape plan, you could end up netting out area, at least if you're not going to be letting out area, that would be good to know, but if you could end up netting out area that has already been accounted for as part of a timber supply. In other words, you'll end up with an overall cut that could be at a higher level for a landscape plan than what the landscape plan ends up allowing because of the netted out area. So there is potential for some challenges or some issues associated with that. And because landscape plans are in for 10 years and TSRs are done, you know, and updated, I guess, every 5 years, there is a chance for some adjustments as that goes, but there is that potential issue, which is why I'm asking, you know, about the priorities and how these sort of things work together as they get developed.
Minister.
Thank you, sir. So just a correction to what the member said. The timber supply review legislation it's legislated to be done every 10 years, but it can be done sooner for sustainability reasons. And what the forest landscape plan does is it defines the forest management regime for that area and becomes current practices, which is then reflected in future timber supply reviews.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Through you to the Minister, has there been any consideration given to aligning the timing of doing TSRs, timber supply reviews, as well as forest landscape plans, since both have 10-year windows?
Minister.
Potentially.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Potentially. So in other words, it could potentially align. There might be some adjustments, but it might not align. And okay, that's fine. So that doesn't work. One of the first value A, which is supporting the production and supply of timber in a forest landscape area. One of the things that is, it's a small portion, but it's a critical portion when it comes to timber coming out of a supply area. and that is salvage. In salvage logging, when you have beetle infestations or you have development or other types of things that isolate pockets of wood that would not normally be large enough to be able to be considered to go after by whether it's timber sales or forest companies or others, salvage comes in and is able to harvest that wood and capture some value and bring that into the supply. It's an important piece, you know, especially given the amount of infestation, the amount of challenges that we have, particularly in the interior. And so I'm just wondering what provisions have been thought about as part of landscape planning to be able to make sure that there are opportunities for those who are engaged in salvage harvesting to be able to access fiber within a plan like this without having to go through, you know, the larger process of, you know, operational plans and other types of access.
It precludes salvage harvesting from happening from how it does today.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The reason I'm asking about this, particularly in terms of a landscape, forest landscape plan, is there is actually challenges today with salvage harvesting. There are places in the province, I can give examples in my own riding, where you have these very small, isolated little pockets of timber that you know, are 60% plus dead, that are isolated from a geographic perspective, for roads and other sort of components around it, and that get applied for. You know, salvage loggers go through the process of laying out how to the process, I guess, to make the application for it, only for it to be turned down because of a First Nation may decide that that might be something they're considering doing or harvesting themselves in the future. And so because of that, I'm wondering with the engagement that you're going to be having on landscape plans with First Nations in terms of how these plans are developed, it's going to be important to be able to identify things like salvage logging and as an activity within a landscape unit that doesn't necessarily end up getting blocked because of another interest, particularly a First Nation interest. And so there's an opportunity here through the engagement with First Nations in developing the landscape plan to make sure that that is a consideration as part of the plans so that there can be this salvage logging going through without and stuff in it being blocked because of other potential interests. So that's why I'm asking about salvage logging and whether or not there's an opportunity within landscape planning to I guess, bring that in as a consideration as part of the discussions with First Nations.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. As the member knows, any permitting application done needs to be consulted on with First Nations, and that duty to consult stays the same. That is not changing. With respect to forest landscape plans, it could be an opportunity for discussions around salvage harvesting.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And I don't want to move that as an amendment for consideration, but I am happy to hear that that there is an opportunity there, because it's a pretty big frustration. Small operators, you know, they're just mom and pop guys that are going out there and trying to identify, you know, a little bit of wood here and there that they might be able to go after, which does a great value to the forest sector because it brings that wood in. But it's also, you know, a difficult, lengthy process. And after going through that process, it is pretty disappointing to find that it gets blocked at a First Nation consultation level because there may be an interest in a First Nation to go after it. But we've got a stand that's, you know, 60% plus dead. Who knows when that opportunity may arise? And so if, you know, as part of these discussions in developing the landscape plan is obviously a very detailed engagement between First Nations and the Chief Forester's office to talk about how the landscape will be managed. And this is an important little piece. It's not so much important in terms of you know, the larger operators, but it's a very important little piece for the small individuals, small operating individuals who would like to try to, you know, continue with their efforts to identify those small pieces of wood. So, and that's why, you know, I'm happy to hear the minister say there's an opportunity around that. You know, I guess I want to ask the question is how can we make sure, or is there a way to be able to make sure that that consideration will actually be put on the table as part of the discussions between the Chief Forester's Office and First Nations to try to alleviate some of those potential issues that have arisen in the past?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So as per section 2.2D, where it says managing the values placed on forest ecosystems by local communities, that would come into this situation that the member is referring to. So if it is raised as a community value, it has to be part of the discussion that could lead to decision.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And so when we're looking at the managing the values placed on ecosystem by local communities, of course, these are individuals. It's not necessarily a community, and a community may not, a community, I'm assuming, means, you know, mayor and council or an organized structure, perhaps even a regional district. So these would be, you know, interests that were brought forward by individuals, and I'm not quite sure how those interests come to the table here. So perhaps if the minister could elaborate on how you know, individual interest, such as small-scale salvage, would be able to be raised into this.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So if an individual salvage operator had an interest in this, they could either go to their local community and have those discussions with the community and when these issues are being raised, or go to the office of the Chief Forester and raise them there.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. It's interesting to know I haven't read in here anywhere where there's that opportunity for individuals to go to the Chief Forces Office, and it makes me wonder because there's obviously a lot of individuals that have a lot of different interests on the land base, and you know, whether it be hunting interest or fishing or whatever it may be. And I'm pretty sure the Chief Forces Office wouldn't want all those individuals coming in to provide the input. Or maybe I should ask the question of the Minister, is that the intention of this process, to be able to allow you know, a wide variety of individuals to be able to come to the Chief Forces Office with their particular interests?
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. Welcome. It's scintillating. You're back. So the intent is to make the draft draft forest landscape plans publicly available for comment, and those comments would come to the Office of the Chief Forester.
The Lakes.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And I know some of these things can sound tedious as we go through them, but they're very important for the individuals, obviously, that are undertaking that work, which is why, you know, I feel compelled to ask about that. So, if the Minister could then just confirm. So the plans will be made. The plans will be engaged between the First Nation and the Chief Forester, given the priorities that have been laid out here. And then once those plans are made, then there's an opportunity for an individual to come in and express their concern or interest or desire for consideration as part of the plan. Is that what I've just heard the Minister say?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. That's the intent.
The Lakes.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So where we're talking about managing the values placed on the forest ecosystem by local communities. So a way an individual or a group could go around that process to be able to have input into the design phase as opposed to having input into the commentary after a design is made would be to actually go through a First Nation or a community.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the intent is that the public would respect the government-to-government discussions with Indigenous nations. Again, this is about reconciliation.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I understand the intent there, and First Nations, of course, being independent, will make their decisions as to what the values are that they want to bring forward. They may or may not seek input from other individuals. That, of course, would be their perspective or their prerogative in terms of being able to do this engagement. But at a community level, mayors and councils, of course, are open to public input, people coming in, expressing their perspectives or views or what they would like to have a community bring forward in a plan like this. And so is the Minister suggesting the way forward for individuals such as small-scale salvage or other interests is to have an engagement with their community to try to make it a priority for community in terms of their input to this initial process of the values for designing a forest landscape plan.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Yes.
Don't we like those easy answers? Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I was just trying to be nice to the individuals who serve us so well in this legislature. As I jumped up, so my apologies for that, but I also didn't want to pass up on the opportunity to continue the debate on Section 33, or Clause 33, I should say. Okay, so having lived through part of landscape level planning that happened, landscape management plans that happened in the 90s and early 2000s, there's obviously a lot of interest by a lot of individuals on the landscape in terms of the values that go into those plans. I can see very clearly that there will be a similar level of interest that will come into forest landscape plans, even though the forest landscape plan is over top of these other plans that are still there as part of it. But there may be individuals, such as small-scale salvage or others, that have a keen interest in wanting to be able to engage. And as the Minister said, one avenue for them is going to be going to the municipal level, the community level government, which means you may end up seeing a situation where community level governments are holding public meeting, public consultation, having this process of gathering information. And I think communities that have a keen interest in their community and in the surrounding areas may very well want to do that. Certainly at a regional district level, they may hear that. That is a fair bit of time and a fair bit of expense associated with a process that would be undertaken. So is the Ministry contemplating any opportunity to be able to provide resources to communities, whether that be professional advice or whether that be financial resources, to give them the opportunity to be able to have that engagement, to be able to bring more informed information forward in terms of what the community priorities would be?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So unlike what happens under the current legislation, communities and the public will have an opportunity for input. Communities that I've talked to that are looking forward to this, they believe in they're quite passionate about it and believe in the opportunity to do that as part of their work. And our staff will always be available for providing input and consultation.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I need to ask the question again, and I'm happy to hear that staff potentially could be made available to be able to help, because not all communities are able to have the resources to be able to have forestry experts or ecology experts or habitat experts at their disposal as they put forward what their priorities are within an area. But certainly, as I mentioned, this is a fair bit of an expense, and I was wondering whether this is an expense that has to be borne by the community, or whether the ministry would consider providing resources to communities so that they would not have to incur this expense and that the taxpayers would not have to incur this expense.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So no, that's not the piece of the legislation. What we have said is we would offer that support. We would offer the input from staff. We would offer that expertise to help those communities. And I've heard loud and clear from communities that they definitely would appreciate this, because I've heard from communities who've been very frustrated over past legislation that hasn't allowed them to have input into what's happening in their own backyard.
Member.
Thank you, and I don't think we'll bother debating at this point whether they've had input or not input. There's obviously been opportunities for community input into whether it's forward stewardship plans or other types of plans in the past, but that isn't what we're here to debate in terms of this bill, although apparently maybe it is, so maybe there's all kinds of things we could put into the debate on this bill in this section, although I try my hardest not to stray too far from what we're here to discuss. But it is a significant input, and I'm thinking about, whether it's a small community like Grand Isle that really struggles with any kind of resources. They have a community forest. There's going to be a landscape plan around that, and it's a small community of 390 plus or minus individuals. They're going to want to be able to provide input, and they don't have the professionals and resources. They will draw certainly on the ministry's resources, but they may want to have a consultant to be able to help provide, so that they can make sure they're providing informed information into a process that, I take the process very seriously. I'm sure the minister and the chief forester takes this process very, very seriously as well. These communities are going to want to be able to provide that. And communities like Vanderhoof that fortunately have got one councillor who's got a very extensive forestry background, but many communities won't have that in terms of what the potential they have to be able to understand the ramifications of input they're bringing in and to being able to make informed recommendations. Because ultimately this is about their future. This is about whether it's protection of their community from a fire perspective, that we'll get into in terms of some of those priorities, or whether it is protection of the community from a jobs perspective and being able to support the local mill. And so they're going to want to be able to have that opportunity to provide that advice. And since it's one of the key pieces, one of the 5 pieces that comes in to the components that are critical part of deciding on landscape plans that's going to guide the Chief Forester's office, I think it's not unreasonable for communities to be able to ask for some resources to be able to support them. And so my hope is that when the minister makes a request through the budgeting process, that there is a consideration for grants of some kind to communities. I'll just maybe add that we will talk, and I want to ask the question about grants and support for First Nations to be able to engage in this process, and I think that support will likely be there for First Nations. So is there going to be that consideration to be able to provide those resources so that there's an equal opportunity for communities to be able to put the information forward to the Chief Forester?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So we're not asking for detailed professional input from communities. We're asking communities for what values are placed on the forest ecosystem around their communities, what happens with the forests around them. And again, our staff is only too willing to provide that technical expertise, that support. Communities won't have to be hiring foresters. Our staff is there. Regional staff throughout the province are only too willing to help communities to move forward. And once regulations are completed, we'll go through the process for the budgetary process if any further funding is required.
Member.
Sorry, thank you. And we talked about regulations once before, and I just need some clarity for the Minister. Could the Minister describe once again when the regulations will be completed?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. We're hoping to have the regulations completed within the next year or two. I mean, the member well knows how government works. We always want it to move quicker than it normally does, so I think the member's well aware of that.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And I believe that's what the Minister had said before, was that it could be, over the next year or two. And I do fully understand how challenging it is for, the bureaucracy to move these things through. In the process, there's a lot on people's plates, and particularly in that ministry that you have the honour of being part of, because, Honourable Chair, the FLNRO covers off on a lot of things. There's a lot of pieces on everybody's desk. But that comes back to the question talked earlier, which is as these plans come forward over a 10-year plan, there are pilots that are happening right now. There's more that the Minister talked about adding. That creates a question to me, which is how do you move forward and complete potentially landscape plans before regulations are put in place? And how is the relationship between those two?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So because the plans will take probably 2 to 3 years to complete, they won't be fully completed before the regulations come into effect, and we feel the regulations will come into effect first as the work is ongoing. But we will also ensure that there's alignment with the regulations when the forest landscape plans are completed.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thanks for that from the Minister. So back to this issue for communities and the values that they're bringing forward, and I'm happy to hear that there may be a consideration for resources for communities to be able to support. And obviously, you know, we've just finished talking about the great work that is done with in the bureaucracy, but also how busy everybody is in the bureaucracy, and it's tough sometimes to be able to get them to be able to provide all of the resources. There's also, you know, in some communities, you know, the desire for independent device as opposed to a device that might be connected directly to a ministry or to the Chief Forester's office, for that matter, that may have, you know, an objective in mind. And so, to that end, so to say that there'll be opportunity for people like small-scale salvage or recreation, snowmobilers, whatever it may be, that once a plan is developed, they'll be able to give some input. Once a plan is developed between nation to nation, between the First Nation and the Chief Forester's office. But there is this avenue that you could see communities potentially advocating for various values that they want to see through this initial process that goes into the development of that plan. So will the ministry be providing guidance to groups such as small-scale salvage or other groups about the various avenues or opportunities that they might have for influence and input into a forest landscape planning?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So we will be communicating the awareness and opportunities around the planning process. So that will be available to any interested parties.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Will that specifically include opportunities to engage at the community level for that input up front, or is that only going to include giving notification that after a plan is developed they can give input? And it's an important piece because obviously people that are passionate about landscape and being involved in the landscape will want to be in right at the ground level in terms of having communities advocating for their interest if they are aware that that is one avenue that they could be choosing. And my concern is you will have some communities that are very engaged and want to go out and do that, and then there'll be other communities that may not know or may not engage, and then you'll get people coming in saying, how come I didn't have the opportunity to be involved? So there's a window here, and I'm hopeful that my suggestion around this to the Minister is that there will be an opportunity for the Minister to be able to provide guidance, provide notification to stakeholders and people who are engaged or interested in forestry and forestry activity, that they have these two opportunities to be able to influence what goes into a forest landscape plan.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So we're well aware of people's passion when it comes to engaging on the management of our forests, and the intent is to give those opportunities at the start of the process and throughout the process. And for instance, in the Lakes District, where we have a pilot project, the member might be well aware of this, it's up in his area, the community actually put out advertising asking people to come, if they want to be part of a working group, to come and discuss the community values as it relates to the forest around that pilot project, and it's been working well.
Jackal Lakes on 33.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And I'm happy to hear that's happening, and I know the folks in the Lakes District in Burns Lake are very engaged, very aware, because they've got two very large community forests, and they have obviously a lot of stakeholders and engagement. But there are other communities, such as Grand Isle, that may not be as engaged in the same district. And you may have communities where Vanderhoof may be very engaged and Fraser Lake isn't as engaged. And so there may be an inequity in terms of that level of engagement and community interest and how that influences particular landscape plans or the input that goes into landscape plans. And I'm particularly thinking you might end up in a situation where you've got communities that are at odds or differences between their values that they want to bring forward on the landscape. Some of the priorities may be more heavily to forestry, some may be more heavily to conservation values. And so I know those will be issues that the Chief Forester will have to deal with as the input comes in. It's not an enviable job, but congratulations on being thrown that hot potato. But regardless of that, it is still, people need to be made aware of this. And so the question that I had asked was whether or not there is going to be a process that the ministry goes through to be able to advise people that a forest landscape plan is about to commence and the process is about to commence, and where the opportunities for input is, whether that's through communities, whether that may be even working with First Nations, or whether that be after the process in terms of comments added to a plan that might be in place.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So like any other processes that government is involved in, we're going to make sure people are aware that the forest landscape process has started and is underway. That's the intent of the legislation. That's what we heard loud and clear from communities that they wanted to have happen.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And through you, the Minister keeps missing the point of the question. Will there be notification that goes out to individuals about the ways that they can engage, including being able to engage at a community level?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think if the member's asking if the ministry is going to reach out to every single person interested in the process around forest landscape planning, I think that's a bit hard to ask. What we will be doing is ensuring that the community has the notification, that they know that this process is happening. We will be well engaged with Indigenous nations. They will, of course, know. So the process, the intent of the legislation is to ensure that the affected communities, the people involved, will have the notification that they require.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And through you to the Minister, I'm not suggesting that the Minister go out and individually notify everybody of the opportunity, but there are organizations such as the Snowmobile Organization, such as the wildlife organizations, such as the Guide Fitters Organization, such as agricultural organizations, et cetera, recreational organizations. And so my ask of the Minister is whether or not there will be notification that goes to these organizations and potentially notification, whether it's online or through other media outlets, to notify them of the multiple ways that they can engage in a landscape planning process.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that is the intent of the legislation.
The Chaco Lakes.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. There are many values that are being talked about under 2.22 that go into this that are obviously very important values, but there are a number of values on the landscape that aren't listed as part of this, such as wildlife values, whether that's levels of ungulates, whether that's dealing with predators or other types of components. And so I'm wondering, Honourable Chair, why values of wildlife values are not mentioned here as a key component of forest landscape plans.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So wildlife is a key value that Indigenous nations hold, so that would be part of the process through that. It also comes into the value of many communities. It also comes into 2.22b, supporting the protection and conservation of the environment, which includes all of those issues, including wildlife.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I appreciate when talking about the environment, talking about the forests. Obviously, that's talking about all components that are in forests, but the reason for asking specifically about wildlife and wildlife values is obviously there are a lot of issues, pretty significant issues to a lot of people in the province of British Columbia, and so that's why I was just asking why that was, excluded in terms of the list. But the Minister is to find wildlife under environment, so environmental value, so that's fine. I won't bother pursuing that any further. But it is a little disappointing in terms of that. There are other values, of course, values for recreation, values of hunting and fishing, guide outfitting, in terms of tourism opportunities. And so those are also key values that our forests provide for the use of the citizens of this province and visitors and others. And so values of water as well, which is also linked to the environment, but particularly there's a number of communities in your area of the province, as well as in the Okanagan and up in my areas of province on the island, that are very concerned about watersheds and activities that are happening on watershed and how that affects the potential water supply. And so I'm just wondering why all those sort of values have not been put in and structured as part of the values that are primarily considered by the Chief Forester.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And these are broad categories, and they're all encompassed within the ecosystem, which is laid out in the 2.22 within all of the 5 objectives.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The Act that this bill amends, in particular this section of the Act, is the Forest and Range Practice Act. Forest and range. Range is a very important component, especially for the cattle, the cattle industry, whether it's cow-calf operations or others. Range is a critical piece, and I've heard from a lot of people in the forest sector, or in the agriculture sector in particular, that range always seems to be second fiddle to managing forests and managing forest values. And there's, particularly because it's called the Forest and Range Act, there is a notable absence of the discussion of range as one of the values that goes into a landscape plan. And whether that be species that are planted, whether that be where areas that are going to be left, whether that be the potential opportunities for expansion of agriculture within a forest value. And so I'm curious as to why range has not been included as part of the list of priorities, and as a relatively high priority that needs to be included as in the creation of landscape plans.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the Ministry is committed to working directly with groups such as the BC Cattlemen's Association to ensure that effective and sustainable forest and range management practice are achieved in legislation, policy, and on the ground. And I've met with them a number of times. I've always enjoyed meeting with them, being a person that raises cattle myself. So really enjoyed the discussions we have. And forest landscape planning, it will support managing for forage values and range tenure holder interests as a landscape level early in the planning process. And Mr. Chair, I request a short recess.
Committee will recess for 10 minutes. Calling the Committee on Bill 23, Forest Statutes Amendment Act 2021 back to order. The Chaco Lakes.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And just before the break, we're talking about agriculture and range and forage. And I'm happy to hear that the Minister, is well aware of those values and raises cattle as well. That's good. I might have to come talk to you about meat supply at some point. But regardless of that, it is an important piece, I think, and just as all the other values are. But because it is forest and range as part of the Act, I actually think it would be valuable to have that mentioned, the forage component in this section, and specifically because it sends a signal to cattlemen, to our ranchers around the province, that forest and range component it will still be critical as part of the landscape planning process. And so with that, Honourable Chair, I'd like to move an amendment to Clause 33, Section 2.22A, where it says supporting the production and supply of timber in the forest landscape area, to adding the words "and forage." So in other words, it will say supporting the production and supply of timber and forage in the forest landscape area.
We'll take a moment for the amendment to be circulated. Just a note to the member on Zoom, the Nanaimo North Cowichan will email you a copy of the amendment. Assuming you can hear me. Nanaimo North Cowichan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
We'll email you a copy of the amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to recess for just a brief time to make sure the member from the Nanaimo North Cowichan receives a copy of the amendment. And when we come back, we'll invite the proposer of the amendment to speak to it. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, members, I'd like to call the committee back into session. The proposed amendment has been sent out to folks online, and I believe is going out on email to everybody. If you don't have the hard copy, it should be there now. But recognizing the mover of the amendment, the member for Nechako Lakes.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And the intention of moving this, of course, is that there is that important recognition of range values and forage, and there's significant opportunities to change how we manage on the landscape, how we manage the underbrush, use of potentially eliminating the use of glyphosate and spray to understand that forage and feed is an important component for the agricultural sector. And so I don't have a lot more to add, as I've talked about that a fair bit at this point, but there's a few of my colleagues that would like to add a few comments because ranching and the cattle sector is very important to them, and they just want to add their voice to this as well. So with that, I'll cede the floor to my colleague from Caribou-Chilcotin.
Member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few moments to talk about the importance of adding these two very important words. In my riding of Caribou-Chilcotin, there has been significant damage, of course, from fires. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody. But much of the rangeland, certainly in many areas throughout the Caribou-Chilcotin, particularly in the South Caribou, have been affected in a very negative way, either from guards that have been created from forest fire and certainly with respect to fire itself. And so those lands, many of them, have been left to their own device. And I'm concerned about that because that forage that was there once has now been contaminated with noxious weeds. And of course, there are areas, and I will speak only for Caribou-Chilcotin because those are the only areas that I've actually seen, but I've seen areas where as far as the eye can see is paintbrush, for instance. And the problem, of course, with not planting in a very quick way after fires or after guards, and I'm sure it's of no surprise, the problem is that these weeds can actually take place in the fall, after the fire season. And of course, there's issues with the grasses reestablishing themselves in the early spring. Some of these areas, honestly, when you look at them, it looks like they have absolutely been forgotten. And again, in these stands of paintbrush, even trees that may have been planted there are no longer there. Now, that's not in all cases, for certain, but this forage is very important. It's very important not just to the cattle industry, but it's important, of course, to wildlife in the area. It's important for very, very many reasons. To add to the issue of these weeds, when they take over an area, it's not just crown lands that they're affecting. So now we're seeing weeds that have been transferred to our riding through either other supplies of hay and those types of things, weeds that we haven't seen before, that now, of course, also end up on the landscape in the Caribou-Chilcotin. And so they're coming from other sources. And again, I think that it's really important that we have a very active, very aggressive program with respect to planting for these areas of forage, and that's why I think it's important that we add these two words in. And with respect to that infiltration of weeds, again, this is now showing up in people's private property, in their hay fields, alfalfa fields, et cetera, is showing up in, just in the area in general. And so they have become quite ubiquitous throughout the Caribou-Chilcotin for certain, and it's affecting not only Crown lands, but it's affecting also the lands of private citizens as well. And Mr. Speaker, I guess for the sake of two words to be added to this bill, it is so important, I think, that we consider it for the cattle producers of this province. It's not just the cattle producers that rely on this forage, but our trappers, of course, that also use our range country as well. for backwoods users, just in general. I think that for the sake of all of our wildlife, all of the habitat out there, we should consider this. I guess I would ask the ministry and the minister to please consider asking or adding these two simple words, and forage. Thank you.
Member for Cariboo North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it truly is an honor to rise and to join my colleagues from parts of the world that count so heavily on our agricultural sector and our incredible ranchers and farmers and people that produce food security for the entire province of British Columbia. And we now, on days like the last few days, we certainly understand and value the incredible efforts that they all make. And so, it is an ask that we are making through you, Mr. Speaker, to the government to please consider this very important addition, this amendment to this piece of legislation, because what I can offer to the minister, through you, Mr. Chair, we know that half of the ALR land is in Crown, and it's critically important that forage is a critical aspect. I'll perhaps go back a few years, but growing up, I grew up on a ranch, 100 cow-calf operation, and I remember, my falls were spent on the community pasture, making sure that we had the opportunity to work with the community to ensure the value supporting our agricultural sector was intact. And so as we look to modernizing, the Forest and Range Practices Act, I think it's critically important that we consider the agricultural sector in this conversation, and that we really look to the values that we are hearing. One of the things I've heard often in my through my office and through the constituents, and I want to recognize actually the work of the Ministry of Transportation this past a couple months ago with this tremendous impacts that we've had with landslides in our community as a result of a weather event in April. We had some support from the Ministry of Transportation on some of the roads that we're using that connect into the Forest Service roads. Critically important as we talk about forest management, the critical importance of making sure we get the right seed planted when we're looking at on the side roads, and specifically that meet the needs of the agricultural sector. They know best. It is, in their areas that are critically important, and we appreciated the fact that the Ministry of Transportation were open to those conversations and worked with the ranching community along French Road to address that specific issue that had come up. But as we are looking at updating and through Bill 23, the Forest and Range Practice Act, I think this is a time for us to actually embed the forage into this bill, because I think it would make it easier for the ministry and cross ministries to have the ease of access of understanding the importance and the value of forage as a critical part of food security, our economic future, supporting our ranchers, supporting, our farmers, and making sure that the values that we all count on in our communities and right across the province is included. So when you look at that, although forage and associated plant communities is one of the 11 values identified under the Forest and Range Practice Act, it is included only to the extent of how range use, not forestry industry use, impacts the integrity of forage and associated plants. Forage is not currently included as an objective within the forest planning and practices regulation, and therefore does not require protection or management through results or strategies within the forest stewardship plans. So we feel that by identifying that with and accepting this amendment, that it will go a long way to help support that. The province must do more than mitigate the impacts to forage and range values from forest activities, leaving the management of forage as an implied responsibility with a non-prescriptive legislative framework within professional reliance as a foundation. There is more work that we feel can be done. Sustainable management of the forage resource is essential to achieving robust and competitive ranching sector. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, please, we are asking on behalf of all of our cattlemen, our agricultural sector that so depend on forage, to please consider accepting this important amendment.
Member for Delta South.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And thank you to the Minister, who I'm glad understands what we're talking about with livestock and rangeland and grazing. I want to begin by saying I know a bit about the Agricultural Land Reserve, as my father, by the same name, was chairman of the ALR in the late 80s and early 90s. And we used to talk about how valuable the ALR was, not only in places like the Fraser Valley, the best parts of Vancouver Island and the Okanagan, but just how important the Agricultural Land Reserve, of which 50% of the ALR in this province is on Crown land. And much of that is grazing. And if we think of every television show or Western movie we've ever watched, the romanticized shows about ranching and farming is all about beef cattle, up in the hills, up in the mountains, up in amongst the forest, grazing. And what that does, it gives cows the ability to put on weight, steers be able to eat that grass, put on weight throughout the summer months. And it also gives cows, and people wouldn't think of this, but grass is such an energy, high protein product that cows need to create milk, to feed those cows before they're weaned off when they're up in the hills and on the mountainsides throughout the summer. So it is so important to listen to this amendment that the Forest and Practices Act has to have the word forage in it to be effective. And I can read, and I'd like to quote from the BC Cattlemen's Association, while the Forest Range and Practices Act identifies range in its title, there is nothing in Bill 23 that would require the interests of range to be considered in the proposed changes. The oversight of range is contrary to the recommendations of the Minister's own Practices Advisory Council, end quote. I'd also like to go on and quote from the Cattlemen's Association that the foundational to the success of the ranching sector is a secure supply of forage. Yet the Minister continues to ignore the need to sustainably manage the forage resource in favor of a random system whereby it is assumed the forage supply is adequate for the needs of the ranching sector and the wildlife requirements. Honourable Chair, I'd like to go on to talk about just how important it is that to preserve our forests in a way after fire guards have been plowed up and disced up by ranchers and farmers, roads have been decommissioned, fire areas on cut blocks have to be regrown. It is so important in this province that we provide the seed and the fertilizer to go into these parts of our forests and crown land areas where the forests are, to replenish it with grass. And not only for the ranching sector of this province, but for the wildlife sector, the caribou, the moose, the deer, the elk that graze on that grassland that we need as part of the important forage in our forests in this province. Carbon I can never get that right. Carbon yes, of course. I've tried this. I've practiced it 20 times and I just blew it. But it's so important to get that forage, that grass replanted in our burned out areas, in our cut blocks, and give the opportunity for livestock in this province, for ranching in this province, to move forward and succeed. We cannot forget about the fact that the Agricultural Land Reserve, and I know our Minister of Agriculture deeply is concerned and believes in the Agricultural Land Reserve. And if that is so, we cannot forget that 50% of the ALR land in this province is on Crown land, and much of it is in our forests in British Columbia, Honourable Chair. We've seen success over the years even using forage replenishment on mining sites,
on gas well sites that have been reclaimed, where livestock have been able to go in and make use of planting of grass seed and new forage bases on sites such as mining sites and decommissioned well sites. So, Honourable Chair, I just want to say that it's a simple amendment. It would very much make farmers and ranchers in this province happy. It would certainly make the BC Cattlemen's Association in this province happy. And it's simply by adding, as my colleagues have said, the two words, timber and forage, that is seen in this amendment. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Minister.
Thank you very much. And as I said, I raise beef, purebred polled Herefords, and always enjoy the conversations we have with the BC Cattlemen's Association. And just in response to some of the comments that have been made to the member from Caribou to Coton, yes, there's been a lot of work done with the BC Cattlemen's Association. I want to give acknowledgement to Kevin Boone and the work they did during the wildfire season this year, as well as the work that we've done afterwards with them, making sure that those guard areas are replanted, that they're reseeded, that the fences are rebuilt. It was interesting. We've had some discussions on the type of seed we need that's going to last for a long time. It's interesting to me because my son is currently seeding the 50 acres that he bought off of us years ago and is now finally going to be farming it. And he developed a type of seed that actually is utilizing old-fashioned seeds that were used years ago, so that the grass that was growing would actually create much better forage for the cattle, so that they could raise the calves and produce better milk. And it was really interesting. He had a great conversation with Kevin Boone about this type of seed. So we are definitely working with the BC Cattlemen's Association and recognize how important that is. And again, the values that the member for Caribou North talked about, deeply believe in them as well, know how important our feed supply is, as well as beef in this province, how important it is. And again, to the member for Delta South, again, support the values. And I know that there's actually nothing in this bill that stops us from continuing to do all the things that the member for Delta South mentioned. So, we will keep doing that. It's actually, we've had a number of discussions with the BC Cattlemen's Association on this very issue, and it's actually implicit in the Act that range is throughout the Act. So I do understand the values, and I respect the intent of this amendment, and I think you've all said that these are just two simple words, and it might seem like two simple words. However, there are much broader implications of these words, because this is also an area of interest to Indigenous nations. And to make an amendment of this nature at this time, when we are into the bill, debating it at committee stage, it's not consistent with our commitment under the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And for that reason, we will be voting no.
Nechako Lakes.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I appreciate the Minister's comments, and I do know she has a very heartfelt passion around agriculture and around ranching as part of this. I fail to see. I understand what the Minister has just said in terms of Indigenous issues associated with this. In terms of notifying them, I suppose that something like this would happen in terms of adding range, or adding forage, I should say, is one of the values. Although it's a bit of a stretch from my perspective, but the Minister describes, the complexity of changing, the language at this point. Well, in committee stages where you do make changes, that's the place where this comes forward. That's the reason for debate in this legislature. That's the reason for going through this line by line. It sometimes can be very tedious. And so I would like to ask the Minister what those complexities are, other than what she had mentioned in terms of Indigenous issues, that would prevent adding the words "and forage" into this Act.
Minister.
Chair, and with all due respect, it's not Indigenous issues. It's respecting the Declaration on the Act, our Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples.
I see the member for Saanich North and the Islands.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity. Is the minister then taking the position that no amendments will ever be passed in this House because they will have not achieved the test that she has set for this particular amendment, that consultation with Indigenous nations need occur?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And because of the consultation that we did with Indigenous nations prior to bringing this bill forward, we know that this is an area of interest to Indigenous nations. And so for this time with this bill and this amendment, we will not be moving forward with it in respect to the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples.
Member.
I have a whole series of questions that that come from a significant amount of documentation from Indigenous nations who have been very clear that the entire consultation on this entire bill is insufficient, but yet the minister has put this bill on the table for debate. We are in committee at clause-by-clause stage of a bill that there is, I know that the member from Nechako Lakes, other members have raised significant concerns with the consultation process of the minister's intention paper, significant concerns with the lack of consultation around this bill. And yet here we are debating this bill, and we're not, the government, I can understand the government not accepting an amendment because they disagree with the amendment. I simply cannot understand an argument or a reason for not supporting the amendment because it hasn't been brought before Indigenous nations for consultation when the entire bill, that's the criticism that many nations have of the entire bill. So perhaps the minister might want to take a few minutes to reflect on the reason to not accept an amendment, but basically what is being set up here in this debate is the government could very easily use that exact excuse for every amendment that's put forward in this place, essentially frustrating the democratic process of this House. If, in fact, the minister is certain that consultation with Indigenous nations, then we need to set this entire bill aside and have it go back to consultation because of the criticisms that have been made about the bill that's before us right now.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So beginning in fall of 2018, Indigenous rights and title holders from across the province have been engaged on proposed changes to FERPA through an extensive schedule of in-person meetings, phone calls, workshops, webinars. Regular updates on proposed changes to FERPA have also been provided to all BC Indigenous nations via correspondence, and ministry staff continue to date to respond to any resulting requests for government-to-government discussions with those individual rights and title holders. To date, nearly 100 meetings have been held with Indigenous nations and organizations representing more than 90 communities from across the province to understand their interests and listen to their perspectives on FERPA and related forest policy matters. Amendments enabling the implementation of decision-making agreements negotiated under Section 7 of the Declaration Act and requirements of the Chief Forester to consult and cooperate with Indigenous peoples throughout forest landscape plan development and establishment have been included in response to concerns raised by rights and title holders through the consultation process. Actually, there's been consultation with 204 Indigenous rights and title holders that occurred in 2 phases. The first phase of consultation occurred between winter 2019 and spring 2020 and included, again, a series of regional workshops and provincial conferences. And again, I'll remind some people might not remember that the changes to this Act started in 2019, prior to me being minister, and that there was considerable discussion and consultation, government to government, with the rights and title holders that occurred prior to us actually tabling the legislation here in the chamber.
Member.
This government has a habit of standing up and listing things. The reality of it is that despite the exhaustive list that the minister has just outlined, when this bill was put on the table, we heard from Indigenous leaders in this province that the consultation does not reflect the robustness that the minister would like us to believe it happened. Immediately after this bill was put on the table, the criticisms from Indigenous leaders across the province rolled out. And that is one of the fundamental failings of this government, is that their understanding of consultation and the understanding of Indigenous leaders' definition of consultation is fundamentally different. And so we can hear these arguments actually be rolled out on both sides. One, you know, we've done the consultation, so this bill is what has been put forward. And then two, just in defense of not supporting this amendment. And like I said, I can understand why a government would choose not to support an amendment. This simply is an unacceptable reason to this, because if that is true, then from my position, the government needs to set this bill aside and do the consultation that is expected by Indigenous leaders. I really think that we need to strongly reject this, because the fact of the matter is that we are going to see this reason for not accepting amendments roll out over and over and over again. I have an amendment. I can imagine that, well, you know, the minister hasn't consulted on the specific language of it. So, sorry, not going to happen. And basically, the democratic process that is laid out here in the committee stage of the debate, this bill has gone significantly down the road to the point that we are at committee stage of the debate. We are simply going to be frustrated over and over and over again because of the government's definition of what consultation is, which is, it's good enough for us to get it on the order papers and for us to debate it, but it's not good enough for us to consider amendments to the bill, which may or may not be reasonable, depending on what side of the House and what your opinion is of it. But to use that as a reason to not accept an amendment, I find it to be baffling, frankly, and I really will be paying close attention over the coming weeks and months to ensure that it's not continued to be used. The government has been criticized intensely for continuing to use 30-day, 60-day, these notification processes. But yet, what do we find in this bill? Just a few sections away, we see the enshrining of a 60-day notification process. I intend on getting into that in detail when I have the opportunity to stand and talk about it. We have heard consistently the 30-day notification process for notifying Indigenous nations of the old growth strategic deferrals. Totally panned by Indigenous leaders. So to have this minister stand up and pretend like the government has achieved some level of consultation when I don't believe that it has, and many Indigenous nation leaders have stood up and said, no, it has not. I think it's a very problematic reason to not support this amendment. And like I said, I think the government can find all sorts of reasons to not support it. This one, to me, is very problematic.
Member for Nechako Lakes.
Thank you. And I was hoping the minister may have an opportunity to respond to that, so maybe I'll put that in the form of a question, because my colleague from Saanich North and the Islands makes some very, very good points. I know how the consultation went on this particular issue with First Nations. They didn't see the bill. You didn't go out and consult for 2 years on the bill. You went out and consulted under principles and values and the components that were talked about on a very broad and very far-reaching level. As a matter of fact, I would very much doubt that the word forage even came up in that consultation or component. And so I happen to agree with my colleague, and I'm sorry to call it this, but it is a sham of democracy in this legislature to use that as an excuse. There will never, ever be an amendment that will be able to go onto the floor. And so if that is the reason, if that's the honest reason that the minister would like to use to deny the idea of adding forage into this debate, I suggest that the minister should stand down this section and go out and do the consultation. And then she can be informed when she comes back into the legislature so that we can have a debate on it. Would the minister consider doing that?
Minister.
I think the member knows how unrealistic that is, and we would not be bringing the bill back for months, if not sessions, and in order to ensure we want to move ahead with the amendment or the clauses in this act, because they're critically important to Indigenous nations as well, that would be something we can't do. And again, to both members' points, it is not the specific language that is in the amendment. It is the issue of forage management was not included in the consultation that the ministry undertook in all of the times we did the consultation.
Member for Nechako Lakes.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And it is actually a shame to hear that because forest and range is such an important component, and we are designing a plan over our landscape that includes forest and range. And to think now, as the minister just said, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the idea of range and the idea of forage was not even considered as part of the consultation, part of the discussion about what the values we're having on the landscape is actually quite disturbing, because those are values that are core and dear to the minister's heart, as she has said in here. And so perhaps the minister misspoke in saying that those words and those components didn't come up in the consultation, but I have to admit, in the consultation components that I saw, that didn't come up as a topic. And so if that didn't come up as a topic, perhaps it is an opportunity for the minister to be able to stand down the section. And after all, if it only takes 30 days to go out and do consultation with First Nations on something as massive and broad as deferral of 2.6 million hectares and expect a result, surely the minister can, spend a day or two, maybe the weekend, going out and just saying, hey, what do you think about range, and seeing if it gets some feedback. So once again, I'd ask the minister either consider providing a different rationale as to why range should not be included in this, or consider standing down and actually going out and maybe talking to First Nations about the value of range in our landscape and the importance it is for our agricultural sector.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, as I've been saying, it is implicit throughout the Act.
Member for Nechako Lakes.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I won't belabor this issue, obviously, because we've got a lot more things to go through in terms of the Act, in terms of this Act that goes on. It is very disappointing. So I'll maybe finish off with one last question, which is, unfortunately it's not directly in the Act, but because of the the rationale that the Minister has given as to why range cannot be added to the Act, and to the argument that my colleague from Saanich North and the Islands has made, under what circumstances could any possible amendment go forward if consultation has not happened with First Nations?
Minister.
I'm talking about the Forest Statutes Amendment Act 2021 and only that Act.
Member for Nechako Lakes on the proposed amendment.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And through you to the Minister, I find that answer quite unacceptable. The Minister has just said the reason for not being able to move forward to amendment to the, let me just read the title of it to make sure I got it right, the Forest Statutes Amendment Act 2021, Bill 23, was because consultation has not happened with First Nations on the use of adding forage into this. The minister gave that rationale. It is not unreasonable to ask the minister why that rationale is justifiable in the rejection of this amendment, and how that would relate to any amendment that could be brought forward for any piece of legislation in this building.
Seeing no further questions. Member for Caribou-Chilcotin. The minister has provided the answer as she prefers. I see the member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Just with respect to these words that we referred to as two simple words, and you suggested that they were complicated words, was there a reason that the ministry saw fit to omit the words in the first place? You said that there was consultation. Was there a reason for that?
Minister.
It's implicit in the Act.
Member for Saanich North and the Islands.
Yeah, so, I feel like I just need to make it clear that we have heard over months complaints from Indigenous leaders in this province that this ministry, the minister, has been putting Indigenous people in the middle of the conflict around forestry. Those are the claims of Indigenous leaders, respected Indigenous leaders in this province. Shifting Indigenous people into the middle of the conflict. That's essentially what's happened here in a legislative way today. If there was confidence in the consultation, true consultation on this bill with Indigenous people, then we would be able to, or we should be able to, debate amendments to this legislation. But because consultation for this government is exactly the same as it has been for decades, notify, wait, and move on. The entire system and the entire process is fragile. Someone's paying a fine. You can buy me lunch. So I feel it just needs to be on the record here that in this House, because it's on the record publicly in the media, frequently, in fact, in the last number of months, that Indigenous people and the rights and interests, but more importantly, the rights of Indigenous people are being put in the middle of the conflict around land and around forestry in this province. And now it's happened here in the Legislative Assembly.
Just to clarify for everybody, the division bells ringing are for Section A, so not for this chamber. But, member for Nechako Lakes.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I suggest we take a brief recess because we're about to have a vote in this House as well. I don't know what the rules would be.
We will wait so we don't do both at
the same time.
I appreciate that. We could, but if we go through the process, we will then have to ring the bell here at the same time as the other chambers. So the suggestion is so that members can vote where they want to vote. There's been a proposal for a recess, and I will take that proposal. We will be recessed for approximately 5 minutes, at which point we will resume the proceedings here. Thank you. Once more. All right, members, I'd like to call the committee back into order. Of course, we are here on Bill 23 and on an amendment proposed on Clause 33, moved by the member for Nechako Lakes. Seeing no further speakers, please indicate aye if you support the proposed amendment. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The nays have it. Division has been called. All right, thank you, members. We're here for a proposed amendment to Bill number 23 on Clause 33, moved by the member for Nechako Lakes. All those in favor indicate aye. Or stand, sorry, please stand. Yeah. Please resume your seats. All those opposed, please rise or indicate. Thank you. And now we will go to our friends joining us on Zoom. Mr. Clark.
Thank you. Mr. Routley.
I vote nay.
What did he say?
I vote nay.
Mr. Routley?
I vote nay.
Mr. Klovchuk?
I vote yea.
Did he vote nay as well?
No, I voted yea.
Voted yea or aye?
Aye. Aye, aye, thank you.
Thank you. Those voting aye: Cadieux, Bernier, Halford, Millibar, DeYoung, Taggart, Stone, Oakes, Morris, Sturdy, Wilkinson, Payton, Rustad, Kylo, Watt, Dirksen, Kirkpatrick, Shapitka, Banman, Letnick, Klovchuk, and Olson, 22. Those voting nay: Whiteside, Heyman, Conroy, Farnworth, Robinson, Eby, Dix, Osborne, Fleming, Sharma, Routledge, Padden, Elmore, Brar, Simons, Popham, Malcolmson, Bear, Callon, Kang, Baines, Dean, Cullen, Ma, Chow, A. Singh, Starchuk, Donnelly, Lore, Alexis, Routley, Walker, Babchuk, Begg, R. Singh, Deeth, Sims, Green, Chant, Leonard, Yao, Dykeman, and Mercier, 43.
The amendment fails. We'll just take a short recess while members go where they need to go, and we'll resume on Clause 33 shortly. The House is in recess. All right, members, let's draw this committee back into session. Clause 33. Member for Saanich North and the Islands on Clause 33.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. On Clause 33, 2.22, just wondering if the Minister can talk about how the government will ensure that the objectives that are set out here in this part of the clause will be applied to ensure that the health of the land.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's all laid out in the in 2.22, as the member said, in the objectives. They all refer to the land. You know, not only do you support the production and supply of timber in the forest landscape area, in order to do that, you have to respect the land. Supporting the protection and conservation of the environment, that's part of making sure that the land is first and foremost. Managing the values placed on the forest ecosystem by Indigenous peoples, very specifically, is part of that's part of what happens with the land, as is the values on forest ecosystems by local communities. Again, part of what the values are part of what a local community has. And then preventing, mitigating, and adapting to impacts caused by significant disturbances to forest and forest health, including wildfire, insects, disease, and drought, which all impact the lands that the forests are part of. So all of those objectives very much pertain to how we ensure that we are taking care of the land.
Member.
How does this, thank you, Minister, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the Minister, how does section, or this part of the clause, sorry, mirror or compare to the objectives that the Chief Forester currently has in determining in the objectives that the Chief Forester currently has?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we'd just like to clarify with the member if the member is referring to the 11 values that are part of the existing forest stewardship planning regime.
Member.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not necessarily referring to anything, those specifically. What I'm referring to is that, or what I'm trying to canvass here is that in this division, in Clause 33, 2.22, in preparing a landscape plan, forest landscape plan, the chief forester has and must consider these objectives. Presumably, the chief forester has a set of objectives that they must consider when making decisions currently. And what I'm wondering and what I'm trying to understand is how this would be different from the objectives that the chief forester currently has in making decisions about the landscape in the province.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So under the current regime, the chief forester doesn't consider a set of objectives. The objectives that exist, they are required by licensees to develop results and strategies.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the Minister. How would the Minister characterize the consideration of the objective of managing the values placed on forest ecosystems by Indigenous people? How will the Chief Forester consider this? Can the Minister please explain to us what this looks like in practice?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So values placed on the forest ecosystem by Indigenous peoples will be identified in the government-to-government process.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the Minister, is this list A through E hierarchical?
Minister.
No.
Member.
Thank you. Through you to the Minister, how will the Chief Forester evaluate and weigh each of these 5 points, objectives?
Minister.
In collaboration with the Indigenous nations.
Member.
Thank you. Only C is reflective of Indigenous peoples. What I'm wondering is, how will the Chief Forester consider all 5 of the objectives in this list, and how will the Chief Forester weigh those objectives that arguably are in conflict with each other? When you read the list, there are conflicting values and objectives here. How will the Chief Forester weigh those?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So they would be weighed differently depending on the local issues, the local values, the values of the Indigenous nations, and that would be determined in those government-to-government discussions.
Member.
So presumably then, if I moved an amendment to put A, to replace, to move A to the bottom of this list, then there would be no there'd be no reason why then the government wouldn't support that?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And they're not listed in hierarchical order, but in order to change any of the legislation as it is tabled, we would have to confer with the Legislative Council. And noting the hour, I move that the committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again.
Members have heard the question. Oh. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. This committee is now adjourned.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Committee on Bill 23 reports progress and seeks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
At the next sitting?
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Honourable Speaker, Section A reports progress on Bill 22 and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
At the next sitting?
So ordered. Government House Leader.
We do now adjourn.
Members, you heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Monday, November 22nd.